Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican,
Don't go. We did it, guys. We did it. Thank you so much. We did hit 18,000 right as we went to lunch. Right as we went to lunch, it was awesome. Thank you for all that. You guys are amazing. There's the party sound. We'll have it on for just a little bit. We have a wee party, just a wee party. But oh no! Did I miss it? I just clicked on Sharon McDonald's chat, and I lost Country Nurse. Country Nurse, you need to say something in chat here real quick. Country Nurse, paging Country Nurse.
I'm not a cat.
Turn down this horn sound. It's always so loud. Let's see. Country Nurse. I know you're here somewhere. I'm just trying to find you. Where's Country Nurse? It's going so fast. Say something else, Country Nurse. I realize we're... that is the most annoying party horn in the world. I can't find you, Country Nurse. But Country Nurse, not Sharon McDonald, but Country Nurse has been first in chat today. And I wanted to recognize you appropriately for your crime, or for your for your winning. Country Nurse is first in chat, and first in chat comes with the privilege and the penalty, depending on how you view it, of internet ownership for the rest of the day. So, Country Nurse, thank you so much for being first in chat. I believe, I'm not sure if you've won once before. I honestly, I do not recall if you've been a prior winner. Gee, somebody's already calling in on the burner phone.
Congratulations on 18,000.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Hey, Meanie Banana, how are you doing?
Good. Hey, you may not have seen, but Country Nurse said she was going to bed because she has to work night.
Well, wake her up. Wake her up. She's got to work. She's got to have the.
She's a nurse.
Just kidding.
You know we work very hard as a nurse.
I know you do. I was just giving you a hard time. Country Nurse, I guess we'll give her a pass, even though she's won. So now I guess Meanie Banana, who gets the internet in her place? Because somebody has to take care of it. We can't just sit here without internet ownership.
Ivan was next.
Okay. I believe. I can
look at that.
I can dub Ivan internet owner as a fill-in for Country Nurse. But Country Nurse then has to take
Country
a
Nurse
shift
says
for Ivan.
She did say that her husband would accept for her, but I don't know.
Ooh, Boogie.
Who's her husband?
That's Boogie, right? I think Boogie's her husband.
It?
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe Boogie will take it.
There it is. Boogie it is. Okay, so Ivan, we're going to strip it from you. You had it for like 30 seconds, but we're going to go ahead and give it to Boogie, and Boogie wins the internet because Country Nurse, chatted and then went to bed. So
yes, she
awesome.
did.
We'll let her get her beauty rest. I know she's got important work to do. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you for keeping me updated on that because I missed it all, Meanie Banana.
Sure.
So thank you. Thank you. We'll see you in chat. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Let's see. Vicky H says, congratulations on 18,000. Thank you so much. We're going to turn off the party horn in just a minute. It's going to be a short party. Jackie, welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you here. Jackie P, 1954. Thank you. And also a big welcome to Lily's mom. Welcome to the gallery, both of you. Please take your seats. I would say that Jackie P is month number 2 on this one. So we've got a new courthouse caller by her name. Ivan is feeling ripped off a little bit. Let's hear how he feels. Ivan, you almost won today.
nobody schedules me when I'm off the clock, okay? All right? So if I got the day off, nobody puts hours on the board for me. That isn't how this works.
Being the boss has its
All right?
privileges, right?
Yes, you know it. You don't get put on the schedule when you aren't on the hook. But I had a couple things to mention about said doctor, if we're even calling her that anymore. First and foremost, I think you hit it on the head. Okay, I think this doctor sees DID around every corner she walks around. Okay. Like I think there comes a point in every. I think she is very educated. I think she at once upon a time was very knowledgeable, very qualified. Unfortunately, that probably passed when Reagan was voted out of office. You know what I mean? So like those are probably about the same time. Okay, and so my point is that I know people. Like I work strongly with the recovery community. You know that.
Yeah.
I still relatively mentor people. I had halfway houses. Like I'm very much connected to that community. And so sometimes what happens is when people get clean, they think everybody who has a drink is suddenly an alcoholic. They start seeing it around every corner because they get so entrenched in that lifestyle. They get so, you know what I mean? Like they get so entrenched in like not wanting to be part of their life that they think everybody who partakes is suddenly, is suddenly an addict or an alcoholic. And so I think she is, like you said, suffering from extreme tunnel vision.
Yeah.
With her thesis or her life's work. The other thing I want to say is that why haven't they impeached her? She, unless I am imagining purple unicorns, I'm almost positive she said she talked to no family. Right.
Right. And then she said,
okay.
Then she says
Where
she
did
did.
no come from?
I don't know. I think they're going to pull the rug on the last of it. They're going to completely destroy her testimony and then pull the rug. I'd be surprised if they don't ask to basically say, Judge, can we throw out all her testimony? Yeah, they're trying to get her in a corner.
And my old man has a famous saying because he always used to say there are the two most dangerous creatures on earth are junior high girls and sweet little old ladies because you never see it coming.
You never suspect it. Yeah, it's
right.
It's interesting. I'm fascinated by this. I want to watch. At the same time, I'm almost in tears for her. It's a weird dichotomy, but they're not done yet. They're gonna go through all these videos. They're going to go through every line. It's an opportunity for the defense or for the prosecution to just hammer these details of evidence into the jury. And I feel for them because they are in sort of like a weird dichotomy where like you don't want to like be seen as like bullying the old lady, but we have to get over that. Like you said, if she was like 38 years old and a male in a $5,000 suit, everybody would be flaming the guy. Okay, they would be dropping bombs on him for his quackery and trying to check him in to the nearest fourth floor with the window lickers. Okay, that's where they'd be sending him. And so I don't know. We have to get over like how sweet and cute and funny. Like, come on, she's there for a paycheck. She is literally perjuring herself around every corner. My rant is over. I love you guys. Have a good show. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate it. We'll catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I will say this: we have turned on closed captioning, and so if you want to go ahead and test that out.
Says, thank you. I did as you said and woke her. Even though she won't be home, she said I'm on couch. LOL. No. I was joking about waking her up. I was joking. Let her sleep. Thanks, Boogie.
Call
Appreciate
from
that.
Deanna.
Hello, Deanna. How was lunch for you? You ready for part 2?
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. I was going to follow up on the doctor.
Yeah.
I think she is very intelligent, but she's also older. And I think this is her way of, she's missing out on
reality. Oh, wait, did I say that out
She's
loud?
trying. Well, no. Oh,
Sorry.
no. I
Sorry.
think she's trying to prove that she's as
It preserves her
good
legacy.
and
Sorry.
as everyone else is. You know, the younger people.
Yeah.
I don't want to insult her. I mean, I know
do think she's trying to solidify her legacy. I believe she had some groundbreaking type discoveries in this field, or at least she feels that that's what she's accomplished, and so she's trying to reinforce that everywhere she goes. That's where she did in teaching. It's what we see in the video, the documentary. That's what we're hearing on the stand. So yeah, I think we're just hearing a reoccurring theme from her everywhere she goes, regardless of if it fits perfectly in the scenario.
Yeah, and I don't think she's a bad person. I just think she's just trying to prove that she's doing as well as she did before. Or as popular as before.
She's trying to stay relevant, as Let It Be Summer says.
Right, right.
Great take. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. We'll see how it goes
All
in
right,
the second one, the second in the afternoon. It's going to be interesting. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see. Sweet Sue says, hey, first time in chat. Sweet Sue, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you. Let's see. She wants to prove she still has it, but she doesn't. Maybe 20 years ago she would have been able to convince us, but not today. They're sorry, the sound effects are on. I did turn off the party sound, I think. The party is over. The party's over. We're trying to focus on court. We can't have the kazoo or whatever it is going nonstop. Let's see. There we go. We've got about 7 or 8 minutes before court starts again, so let's see if we can answer some more questions.
There's a lawsuit.
Will Dr. Lewis be late again? I think she's going to be on time. I think she'll be on time this time. I've got my fingers crossed because the judge, he's sort of getting tired of her being late, sort of living her own little standard. I think he's not going to put up with that. L.J. Gibbs says, I don't feel bad for her. A little boy is dead, and she's trying to get his murderer a cushy sentence. Congrats to us all, Missy Baker. Thank you very much. Great channel. Keep it going. Thank you so much. Thank you. She's trying to keep her job. I think she's been successful. I think by all, accounts, she's got books published. She's very well known, whether it's, for good or ill. She's not of the highest regard among her colleagues. But she's I would say at least successful in what she's trying to do. Krista keeps gifting membership. The button's stuck, Krista. The button's stuck. Fix it. Thank you so much for another gifted membership. Appreciate that. Makes me wonder, how do they actually find an expert like this to get them to testify in court? Anyone? I'm not familiar with the process if there's one. Ritz, I believe there's a website, and it's like findacheapexpert.com or something. I don't know what it is, but I believe there is actually like a little black book, so to speak, of professionals that you can get on a list and sign up for. So we'll have to have a lawyer maybe confirm that for us.
I'm not a cat.
Do you think Backpack or Dr. Lewis will be late, although the judge addressed it? I'm curious. I think they'll both be on time. I think it's a short enough break with just being 1 hour of lunch. They've been reminded right before. I think it's going to be good. They're going to be on time. It's not stuck, it's love, says Krista. All right, thank you. Love it, Krista. Krista has sponsored half the members here. She's very persistent in the sharing, Amanda. Good call on that one. Let's see. Are there any mention? Sweet Sue says, was there any mention of repercussions about LS stuffing tissue in her ears? No, Sweet Sue, there has not been. I have not seen her doing it this time as she's playing videos, possibly because the videos she's being affirmed in what she's saying by the person who's interviewing her, which is different from all the other videos. But I have not heard anything in court about her being reprimanded at all. She's made over 10,000, not counting the countless hours looking at evidence.
Thanks for keeping me entertained while working.
I would not be surprised if Dr. Lewis bills stay for 20,000. Loads of hours. Nola Chick, thank you very much. Glad we can help you pass the workday a little bit as you work or lurk or whichever one it is. Love that you're here. Many famous and notable people are crooks. Got a few of them there listed. Depends how big their lunch bowl and the stairwell is. Golden Girl, I know what you're talking about there. We've heard rumor that it was actually Dr. Lewis's grandson who is with her that may have been admonished about smoking. I'm not sure what he was smoking, but smoking in the courthouse area yesterday. So they think that might be who they're talking about today. Membership gifters are amazing. We love them. Thank you so much. Anyone know what commands for get her done and don't go is under? I can't find them on the list. Mrs. H. Okay. If you wait, well, I've got it right here. That's the problem. Don't go. I told you I would do it on lunch, and then I went out and helped because Mrs. R.A. was helping the kids shovel up a bunch of leftover dirt after our cement project was done. And I couldn't have her out there working a shovel while I was in here, eating lunch. So I went out there instead of building that. I apologize. Just got my property valuation notice in Colorado. Taxes are doubling. Now I know why, Rachel says. That is awful. Rachel, there may be opportunities to have that readjusted or send it in to have it drop down a little bit. But sometimes when you do that, it goes up even higher. So you sort of take a risk of that. Do you think LS will take the stand? More so now than ever, Jenny. More so now than ever. I think she's going to. She has nothing to lose. Okay, the whole case is lost so far. So she has nothing to lose. She might be able to get up there and convince us all she's insane.
Subject matter jurisdiction?
And maybe the jury would be on board there. I would spend so much on this channel if I could. Every penny counts when you're a single mom of two. Anyone else have single mamas on here? Nojura Rostami, just you being here is enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate you just being here is wonderful. Thank you. Please don't feel you need to spend anything on the channel. If you do have something to say and try to get my attention, tag me like Jenny says did. Just put an @ symbol on there. It doesn't need a super chat. It doesn't need to be a member. I try to read all the messages, but it helps to tag me so I will stand out a little bit. Yeah, I wonder if the judge could smell the pot wafting up from the stairwell. She quoted Freud. I thought he'd been largely discredited, says Trubet Pondu. Okay.
I'm not a camel.
Let's see. Sherry says, now it's okay to bust on Lewis's age. No, we're still trying to be nice to her. I would try not to do that. Let's see. Tired of hearing ageism here. She sounds absolutely unprepared regardless of age. Right. I don't believe, I believe you should show respect to your elders. Okay. People who have lived a life and have a lot of experience, even if their experience was different than yours, they deserve to have some respect. In this scenario, I'm trying not to listen to her as an 84, 85, 86, I forget which year she is, year-old woman who deserves that respect, and instead view her as a $300 an hour expert who is testifying, and take the whole age thing out of it. That's where it's coming from for me. Amy just gifted 5 memberships. Amy H51, thank you so much. And I think, let's see, Sherry Segretti, Nicole, DOA, Chris Morgan, and Alicia Stroop, all gifted memberships by you. Thank you, Amy. Okay, Ellis's last appearance in public. Have a last moment before disappearing for all time. Let's see. Reassessment is only good for when the market is down, but usually counties adjust them higher when the market improves. So that's where you get dinged. Yep. You never actually own your property in the U.S. You always have to keep paying property tax. I think most states have property tax. Do you think Ellis will just say she doesn't remember any of it? I don't think so. She's already on video saying she does. I think she's going to try to work in her saying she does into her explanation. She's going to try to roll this all up into one big happy looking
Alex stole it as well.
Alex stole it. Do you guys know how to voice chat in Discord? I popped in with the R. Hillis, who's muted. Just wondering if you guys ever use it to discuss case on breaks. Yes, we do. Southern Take. I'll pop in there sometimes if we've got some time to just do a little chat there in the chat room. I think you have to unmute and go into your voice settings. You might have to have a set the push to talk button, and then you hold down that button. Like I have left shift is my button to push to talk. And then I hold that down, and I use a little Britney Spears headset so you guys can hear me.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Cash baby kids are expensive, says Emma Elizabeth. You're right. More shots fired in Atlanta. I was following that a little bit over the break. There appears to be an active situation there. Hearts go out to there. I heard at least 5 people had been were victims, and one had possibly deceased. So maybe those numbers have gone up now. Tori, the Seed Lady, gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Tori. Appreciate your support of the channel. And DOA. Oh wait, not DOA. Who got this one? Let me scroll down just a little bit. Looks like Mel was gifted that membership. Thank you, Tori, and congratulations, Mel. Okay. Let's see. Sammy, thank you for the kind words. Thanks for being here. Jenny Cruz says, I can't watch on Friday due to school testing, and she testified I might die. Jenny will be available. Oh, look what's happening. Look what's happening. We have court.
If the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin.
I'm not a camel.
Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
sounds good.
Okay.
I hope you understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her, and once that may be her.
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her within.
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that, that's what we're gonna do, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead, bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Cellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, that place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine.
Wait, you want me to?
It's her.
I just need my bag and pen.
Okay, bag.
So she did not hear the questions she's about to get asked. She does not know they're asking about this Latin confession.
What else, Doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time.
No, I never had it.
You never had it.
See it.
Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
For me, what I could have available to anybody, draw a clock, and you can that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called Ray's complex figure. It is
We have that.
and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it. Perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should have her copy of it, and from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Bring
That's
the
what's
jury.
going to be. You want to put that where do you want to look at it?
Well, so far, this was
Okay. All right.
And
audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
If we had to have the ring lights off, Judge, I don't know.
Yeah. And that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah. Just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from tens of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them,
You don't have them with you now.
but they have.
And I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in records and so forth.
Okay.
That we provided to
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the
That's
video,
fine.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please.
The doctor was looking through her bag earlier. That's funny.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. Okay.
We're still waiting for camera to come on from the witness stand, so we don't have video yet.
Again, not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why do you think like, you know, it's so intense? Yeah. What your fix? I gotta say it's for good intention, so, you know, it's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems. You know, it's for good. No? Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone for me really got into a pretty bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carried away. What's happening now?
Man, we need to see this.
What's going on here? Can you see?
We've got no video. She's switching and we've got no video.
I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not a violent person. Well, I am not violent at all. But I am not going to let people be taken to bed. So I'm not going to let people be hurt because I don't do this to me. Okay? If someone is trying to hurt people, I am going to make sure that they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I don't look. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is who are the protector. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? Just understand that. But you don't want to think about everything. To protect. Where do you still let you protect? Can you look at me now? Do you know where? Do you know where you are? Where? Do you know where you are? Yeah. And who have I talked to? Taylor? Taylor? Say. And I'm questioning. Taylor, do you know what just happened? Yes, ma'am. What? Yes, ma'am. What just happened? You asked me about my grandpa. I asked you your grandpa, and then we were talking about Fred. It's Fred here. Prison dog. Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Lumberton, North Carolina. Where? Lumberton, North Carolina. Yeah. We didn't know what just happened with you. No. Something really sexually. Then I spoke with someone who said
I protect them. I always protect them. I don't have anything.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
What if we suck?
Oh, I don't know. I just think who is the protection? Oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about prisons, so I remember.
You told me that it was different kind of things. Who would be the protector?
Oh, my protector is Maria.
Maria, I would like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
What I would like is, I'd love it for you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor, you will consider that. Stay. Taylor, where is your selection when you go when, say, Maria is in that?
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
Well, I would like to go there and let me come with Maria. And we'll do it together. But now I'd like you to go to such a place, and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people do. Is that correct?
I think she does, for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you can hear me, and you know who I am.
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
Whee!
Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. Self with patients themselves by Mark Elvey. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much. However, it's known that dissociative individuals are very suggestive. So you always that's this. If you're talking with a theater with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we trust her, that we are find out more?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from aggressive patients, but from a product. That is, that by and large, they have a special place because it is known that, say, there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're sometimes they don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply What happens to you? Where do you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special?
And let me stop. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Ms. Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know if that was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes.
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, when at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically real or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said,
can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
Right, yes.
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
Right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the point was.
The point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. This doesn't have, this is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it or who would always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words, advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should
Is that logical?
Logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please.
Boom. He just caught her. He said, what happened to the document? She's like, oh, I can find it for you. And she reaches for a bag. She just told the judge that she did not have those documents. I have not heard the accent yet. No accent. I don't need Ivan to translate yet. Zero Russian. I was expecting something like, the Americans, they out of here.
His record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. that somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
these are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young, and let's see if
At least
they are what he understands them to be.
I haven't seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
That's a new document.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify, and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are, and we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I would just ask that Mr. Tellini join me in that, so we're looking at the same
That's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
Well, Jenna, hot mess. This is a worse than a train wreck. It's a train that keeps crashing over and over and then gets back on track and then crashes again. It is so bad.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing? Mrs. Ari just walked in too, so you've got to keep it short. Go ahead.
This is a gosh darn tallywhacking scam. Okay, that's all there is to it. I have I cannot even express my level of contempt for this woman. I just want it on the record. Everything she has testified to needs to be thrown in the garbage disposal. It is a complete setup. This is nonsense. I can't even see straight. I'm so aggravated. Anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna go back, I think, and watch a little bit of Letecia's non-Russian Maria moment. I'm just rewinding it here so we can get that. Just 1 second. Let's get that pulled. Ivan, I hear you very much. Let me let you go. Mrs. R.A. is also here, and I want to hear what she has on her mind as well.
You let her rip it up. Okay. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, we're going to turn the phone off for just a minute as we let Mrs. R.A. talk. Just 1 second here. So we've got...
Ask for a refund.
Who was that? Melinda Duncan. If I were defense, I would ask for a refund or at least a discount. If that she did some work for them. Okay, so give me just 1 second here. We're trying to line up the actual moment that she starts talking. This is going to be a little funny here so now we're watching a rewind. Okay, so we're watching.
Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone for me.
Do you need to go further back?
Bad fire workers take the number.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Okay, hang on. Yes, so we did see Letecia's hair bun. Okay, let me back it up just a tiny bit to the beginning of this.
55:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. Okay.
We're still waiting for camera to come on from the witness stand. So we're going to pause right there. While we do that, Mrs. R.A. is right here, so let me bring her on. Mrs. R.A., what have you heard? What's going on? Or she's got this confused, dazed look on her eyes. Let's see.
I am all sorts of far behind. I'm just trying to catch up on the morning stuff. Did something big happen, or just like she's continues being crazy?
Yes, she's being Maria a little bit, but also not. And then we've just had a big document kerfuffle with the doctor testifying and telling the judge that she does not have documents in her possession. And then under questioning, she gets cornered. And she says, well, I can pull that out. And she pulls out some documents. Guess what? She has documents she's not supposed to have. Now we have a quick break while the attorneys go through the big bag of goodies that the doctor brought to see exactly what she has and what she doesn't have. And anything that she has that she should not have is going to be a problem. And the judge has already said at that point, we can address whatever remedy we need to take. And I think everything is on the table there, including, jail time. Jail time. I hate to see her be thrown in jail. I don't think that will be the remedy, but you don't lie to the judge. You don't be late to court 4 times in a row and then lie to the judge to his face. So that's it. The phone is going nuts. Somebody really wants to connect. Do you want to say something? Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know anything about all of that. I'm really fascinated to catch up and see what's going on with that. But I had worked this all out in my head. Last night, I was feeling very frustrated with my response to this doctor, that I was really feeling conflicted and feeling like I really respect her for being able to try something new and figure out something that isn't, sorry, I'm trying to plug my ears against Scott here. Trying to discover new information in a field of study that is basically looked down by everybody else. And so I really respect her. And that's where a lot of scientific advancements are made, are from people who are willing to take that risk. So I've got, on one side, I really respect her for that. And on the other side, I just think you are exhibiting all of the behaviors of somebody who is not able to connect with other human beings. And I just continue seeing this today, that way back where I am, I'm far behind you guys, but she keeps saying things like she saw that she was holding the gun. It was in her hand. And so she did this with it. And she couldn't even say she shot it. And she said, the body, are you referring to the body? I'm like, no, we're referring to a person. We're referring to a human being who has been brutally murdered. Oh, I have to be done. Oh, my best friend is calling on the phone. I'm going to go call her back.
Okay, before this happens, wait, before you go, somebody says hi to you. Hang on. Ricky, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hang on 1 second.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, Mrs. R.A.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, sweet little lady?
I'm doing well. I've never been called a sweet little lady.
Well, easy now. Now, you got to remember, I'm from Texas now.
I need more Texas people in my life, clearly.
Well, I've always asked if I could adopt you so I can get them Seminy rolls and all that.
That's what needs to happen. There needs to be a legal adoption, and then we'll start passing out cinnamon rolls.
By golly, let's get her done.
Get her done. All right. Thank you, Ricky.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Ricky. I'm going to have to let you go, my friend. We've got to
all right, that's fine.
Bring another call in. Thanks a lot. We'll catch you later.
Oh, all right, bud.
Bye. Okay. Best friend, you know who you are. If you want to call and talk on the show, please call back on the burner phone. If you'd like to call and talk just directly to Mrs. R.A., she can call you. I'm not going to out your name, but I think you're Diet Coke Mom in chat. So, let's see. All right, Mrs. R.A. has a beautiful voice, yes, and I get to hear it a lot. It's wonderful. She's amazing, and she's incredibly smart as well. Okay, thank you very much, Catherine Green, for becoming a member. This is bizarre. Bingo cards are not big enough to handle what we are going on. Yes, Mrs. R.A. needs to co-host. We've talked about this, about getting a bigger desk and another mic and another set of headphones and making this all happen. I think we're gonna make it happen. We might need a new house before we can do that. All our rooms are the exact same size in this house. They're exact same size and they're all too small. I'm using about all the space I have right now. Okay. Show us the replay, please. We're ready. Let's take the replay right now. Here we go. On play. Oops. Don't have video yet. Okay, so let's see.
Not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why be that much? You know, be so intense. Yeah. I gotta say it's for good intention, so, you know, it's not like it's just some random person who don't cause problems. You know, it's for good. No? Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone for me really got into a pretty bad fight or workers taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away.
Okay, this is a replay here of the Maria moment. Just 1 second. Judge just turned on the camera, I think, or is powering it up.
What's happening?
Doctor's saying what's happening. I believe Maria's looking around the room right now.
What's going on here? Can you see?
We've got no video. She's switching and we've got no video.
I'm not violent. I'm not violent. I'm not a violent person. Well, I am not violent at all. But I am not going to let people be taken to bed. So I'm not going to let people be hurt because I don't do this to me. Okay? If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure that they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I don't look. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is who are the protector. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? Understand that. But you don't want to think about everything.
Okay, so that was the end of Maria. Right there on the replay. That was the replay of Maria. Okay, so we're going to stop that there. That was all we saw. We did not hear any accent on there. Sorry, I'm trying to make this show up properly on the screen. Crystal, thank you for your super chat. Let's just take a quick peek here. Connect. Need to make the background look good. There we go. So Crystal says, agree 100% Mrs. R.A., but I also think doctor saw what she wanted to see. I blame defense for using her like this. Thank you very much for that. And Adrienne Cameron Park says, no disrespect, but I wonder if Dr. Lewis is truly incompetent because of her age. Early stages of Alzheimer. I haven't seen Alzheimer. She's been able to, even when she takes a long time to answer a question, she comes around and sort of gets it in the end. So I don't see any signs of that, but I do think she might be past her prime as far as professionally speaking. Let's see. There was no accent. I saw zero accent. But I think we've got another Maria, because they've talked about a Russian accent. I'm counting on Russian. We're all here to watch the Russian accent, and we've got our translators handy, ready to go. She's all about protecting. She's saying, I was not violent. At the very beginning, right before the camera cut on, I wish we had seen that, because the video, I believe, shows her transition. It shows her being from Letecia to going into Maria mode, and the doctor was saying, what's going on over here? Which makes it sound like there was something outside of the place where they were. So we're to the right or to the left. What's going on over here? What's happening over here? And then he's like, I'm not violent. I'm not violent. I'm a protector. That's what I do. And she says, why does everyone always ask me what's going on? As if Maria has been present for all these questionings. This is the first time we've seen her in any questioning. Yeah. Wow. Let's see. Heather Collins says, you think they will find her son's weed in her bag of fun? Hopefully just legal amounts. I don't know what the legal amount for carry is in Colorado, but hopefully, it doesn't go that far. She said she never talked to family then. She said the note was from family about being Maria. Yep, she got that within the last 12 hours. She was reviewing her notes. Did Dr. Lewis make up the accents? I don't think so. I think we're actually going to see a video of that happening. This is Taylor coming in. Let's see. She's way past her sell-by date, says Sarah. There's not even a Spanish accent. Nope. I detected even her usual accent. I think it was quieter. It wasn't like a South Carolina drawl or a North Carolina, accent that way. But it was still there, even though she was trying to be different. Dr. Lewis believes she's above being challenged. Yeah, she's having her stuff rummaged through, like she's going through the airport secondary screening right now. So we'll see what they find. The judge saw it. The judge is not happy. Judge is not would be happy. Two negatives make a positive. The judge is not happy. Very, very upset that this is going on. It's frustrating to him that it sort of makes a mock of the courtroom. It's slowing down the process and just delaying everything. So not good at all there. She has no accent whatsoever. Give her time. I think we have another performance yet from Maria. That was just round one, maybe like the tryout. Okay. Legal amount in a courtroom is 0.000000. Thank you, Frack, for that, especially in the courtroom stairwell. 100 pounds of paperwork are about to be introduced to the case. If she has all that with her, if she has her whole suitcase of paperwork, they're going to go through every single page, because they're like, oh, you brought notes? You're referring to notes? Let's see it. If we get to see the Russian video before this doctor gets the boot. Please don't boot her yet. We need to see the video. Accent sounded slurred or sloshed to Kit T. Yes, Taylor was the second. After she finished her performance of Maria, she switched to Taylor mode. And Taylor just likes to go on the beach and drink wine and just kick back, taking it easy, I guess. Court's coming soon. Let's see if we've got somebody calling in on the burner phone.
Call from
Kelly Havistow.
Hey, I couldn't quite tell what your name is. This is Recovery
Hello.
Addicts. Hello. Are you there?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You might have to turn off your audio on the TV. Can you hear me?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but you'll have to turn off the audio on your TV because it's going to be very delayed. We'll give it just a second here. Nope, didn't work. Okay. Just so you know, because we have closed captioning on, it's about a 30-second delay between when I say it and when you hear it. And when you call in, suddenly it will sound like you've transported into the future quite a bit. So we'll try this one more time.
To accept, press.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hi,
Hi, this is Pampered.
Hey, Pampered. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I just had to say, because I can't seem to get my message through, that I think she would be much more believable had she not had the same speech impediment. Maria, referring to Maria.
If she could pull off a completely different speech style.
Well, Maria apparently switches out her G's for K's as well.
Yes. So she's very consistent across her personalities. Well, they talk to each other apparently, so maybe they learn how to speak from each other.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Pampered Glamper. Appreciate you calling in. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. That's Portal.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly. Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going. And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copy of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file. And
We could take those and have one of our people start copying it now.
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me.
He's not happy.
I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television.
One person.
If your phone is, if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that will get to us. We'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy, then it's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It was absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in.
The judge is having none of it. It's essential they be copied in color. Oh my goodness. Good stuff here.
See if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay.
Hot mic. Okay, now is not the time to try to live tweet without anyone noticing. They will catch you. They will catch you. They will catch you. Patty says, I'm so scared I put my phone away. Yes, if you're on the live stream here, you're watching the comfort of your own home, and you work, in the car, wherever you are.
All rise for the jury, please.
You can continue to use your phones, live tweet to your heart's content. Let's see. I have been getting 0 texts from the courtroom. 0.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break, and Mr. Tomini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stauch, correct?
Not yet. Because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stauch? Yes or no?
I gave them to you. Yeah, they are there, but they haven't.
At this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tellini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini, it's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there. And I think that's a little bit of it is having, as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, what I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach a witness?
Oh, yes, you may. Go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
I did not see anyone escorted out. I'm going to watch the rewind here on the other screen. I didn't see that. I saw the court clerk sort of going back and forth in bailiffs, but I didn't see anyone escorted out.
This is a different patient with my knowledge. But you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, for sure. Do you recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
Well, I recognize that it was a communication of mine to this,
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
to the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Cellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing. It was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer my
Dr. Lewis, the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is an email sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We'd move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection. Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important. It was just organizing in my head as most important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply I did not wish to fight with the court over are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I was saying it can be addressed again. But I did not think of it as a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve the document from the case?
Here goes. He's going to read it.
This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that point that was most important. But this was not something that I was going to say, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that Mr. Cellini had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be.
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis, I'd like Dr. Lewis, please stop.
Wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay.
Or just wheel you out.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of this again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Sorry, we got the screen.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you are. Who was it? Okay. Because you know, Taylor, I didn't write out. You did not read it. Sit by him together, but I can let her know. Again, it was just some tea there for baby TA. It's also a child, right? And here is the subject where this little lefty, Letecia, Letecia, that is Letecia. And so, Taylor, that's why you said wasn't you. That was Letecia. This one, she's a lefty. Okay, you said you was not to know Letecia, that's all. Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that? Yeah. Okay, and Letecia just want to say the left hand because you Taylor are right. Just give me the number. And you said, Taylor, I'm ready to okay, I am two. Oh, I don't need to play favorites. On your own important. Important. And each of you seems to believe you. So, yes, it's not true. Where the name is from. Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers anyone. And who said that? Was that, doesn't
So apparently Maria is writing responses now because she's still learning Russian or something.
So Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her. Not me. Not Taylor. Yeah, but I can talk to. Yeah, yeah, but that's what I can't talk what to do. No. But she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I'm saying? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. That's what we get at. So that's why you see that I need to talk with Maria, because I think that Maria is a lot more organized than Letecia. Right? So like, because I'm a really good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. Somebody, she gets like, because I don't like the good, not the bad. Letecia is the bad. You see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying? You do a lot more. Yeah, she don't always agree with good. Or what you say is. Right, okay. Well, I just need to do good. Let's, you know, do good that people do right by me. Yeah. You think I'm sometimes I no, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so she who thinks that things are good that they don't. Right. And so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me. Well, yeah, so it seems to me that sometimes we think it's good. See, to be the strong fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right. I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody, let's get along, communicate, do good to people. What happens when you move? What happens when you temper is the best? What happens to them? When you want to take over, and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor. You know, the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. You get able to, like, if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how are you guys doing? They don't even know it's you. Oh, they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then I can take it if they're like that. I'm not scared of what you take. How straight are you with me? How honest are you? I'm honest with you. Yeah. Even if you want to ask them, you're going to have a well, Maybe Taylor, Maria Taylor, someone signed Taylor and Maria, but it's not there. I didn't Maria sometimes Taylor, Letecia is blamed for stuff. You kind of go, where and with you, Taylor, I really want to tell you again. So what happened was, you don't tell what happened? Or sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported again missing because he was you had notice. I had since January 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Suddenly it already happened to. No, nothing had happened to him. It'll be slow after a while. And you were there. Right now, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was in well, I was in guess he was the house or he was hiding. I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to, you want to do right by the TC. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting out. Not always these kind of stuff like that. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them. Shane, do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or look what you're talking. You're there. Yes. Well, as we heard, I'm just keep going. But I'm just gonna keep going. He was missing, and then I called out and I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried, because I realized that it started to rain, it get cold outside. And then when was the original name he was born. When he was dead. And to some. I did try to bring him back. and started praying over him and trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your lungs. Where had you found him? I don't remember where I found him. Just I don't know. So you know he was in your lungs. Letecia, if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that. Because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to. No. No. What was supposed to? Was not supposed to die, no. Someone that made one person she got something else. No. What was what was the idea? What was not supposed to be him? It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Wasn't supposed to be. But then our it was kind of using. What did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. Somebody and you are. I'm not a scan and I tired people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone. I am not a scanning. Okay, no circumstances. You can just scan it unless we do it something. It's not how it works. To do something with what was killed. Did it once to me? It looked like something. Oh. You don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand. Someone was in the home, okay? Someone was like, yes, they're in the home. Yeah. Listen big, okay? They went to everything. They listened. They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone. Everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cage, okay? So all I did, all I did was grab the gun. And what happened? I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired them. That's what I did. Okay? All I did was grab. You don't understand. I had to protect the people that were in the house. Okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were going to rape someone, they were going to molest them, they were going to kill them. I had to protect them. That's all I did. Okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety. I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that. Okay, you're trained to kill. Okay, I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. But trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill. Okay, that's what I do. I kill for a living. Okay, anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill. Okay, that hurts anyone or no. That hurts the people that I care about. Okay, so you kill. Yes, yeah, that hurts. You didn't care. Yes, and that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. You fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you old. Yes. And then that's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You realize I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you'd done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and her family and for the deserves. So short. Because Letecia and her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, that's what I do. She was upset, everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened at Reagan. Who did this? If I deserve anything to the police, what? If I deserve all to the police, I have to the police. No. I'm just need to double up. I'm sorry. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just to. Need money. India, sanctions. Maria, Maria sanctions. Maria sanctions. These times, you know what I think? I think you say with your own it's normality. You want to be less invisible. No. No. I have jobs to do. I do jobs that are usually only what does he see? Meditation. I always have perfect. For which? Who do you turn this information to? Us. The gypsy people. I don't answer to that. No, you don't answer to me. I'm just trying to, I want something different. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have loving talk. I know too. I'm working my ass off to get all of this. It's so very tough, yeah. Because if you're very strong, aren't they? Thank you. So, this is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cabinets when I dressed, I don't casting them. I don't casting them. You don't do that or you don't like them. I'm not casting. You don't casting this. Why don't you? Just tell me. You just know. The favor. A favor. Times a favor. You're ever strong and you'll see that. I think we all have a fantasy with all strong. I'm going to help and defend about division comes to me. You don't need anything. Division comes to me. Do you need anything else from me? No. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of what looked to you like something is very simple to you. You shot from where you and the person where it was went down and if they left. The job done, correct job. Well, the job wasn't really done because, as I understand it, I haven't seen place. I'm going to have to go up and how do you feel so not never that you do it every time? But in general, multiple times. Like, what's the goal? Yeah, so. What did you do? Yeah. So, well, you had to bring it in, so, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts in my son. So you don't just work for the DC. Okay. But I had to protect her before in Mexico. You did I did protect her before in Mexico. You did. I did. You protected her before Mexico. Wow. How old was she when you first started? Well, my days is different than yours. Your what? My years are different than yours. How old are you? 28. You're how? 28. So she was without you. So 11 years ago. I'm always 28. I always look this way. Yeah, she's very young. So my years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try. And our mysticals. Yeah. Yeah. Very different. So have you did you protect her from the time you arrived for what was happening to her when you protected her? Who's going to see this information? I don't see anyone else. What? I don't see anyone else. I did not without her permission. Her permission means. And we'll talk about it. Are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria gives? Sure. Yeah. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here
would ever do anything like, if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's paper to get Letecia's and some maybe some educated into good article names. Wouldn't they do that?
No, absolutely.
Yes. Take a look over there. Got a group there. Can I see that? You always see that, like, yeah. Me too. Yes, you. Seriously, I don't get nothing they told me. So, dealers, I want to thank you. You've been very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself with the spray? No, I didn't. You are. This is what I do. Well, you do it. I know you're very great to trust us. But we will only slow talk down. And if it does not help, Letecia, I'm agree.
It just stays here.
I think, my goodness, you worked pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or 2 o'clock? And let's come back into it. And let's look. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see you between 2 and 3. I do need the promise. I don't need promises. I don't guys I have a request. I would like you not to hurt me and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you think this reveals whatever talent, you'll only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you remember the name? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah. She doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling for being, I hope, was really, was, I maybe asked and that, I don't know. But I would have that, and I would have given myself. Do you? Okay, I would take a and some. Maria, I have something that I'm very much supposed to do to the lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes,
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize him.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis. He's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
particular interview, we had asked when we at her, and I had asked her, could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first-degree murder and bring your son along?
Let's bring a kid to work day.
Standing by here, cameras be on us, and that there be company with them. And I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Stauch. He told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
Son was asked to run if he knew how, and could he run the cameras.
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably not at all.
Well,
you don't go on endlessly.
You spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the characters they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change. She looks different. She sounds different. She does different things. She protects. That I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, and so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I knew you did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth, and her identity and who she is good.
What did you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Things were preserved, but I don't know who she was. I didn't.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I made they may be there. It might be, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different, this is a fluid kind of, as I told you, on again, off again perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Gee, someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, says it about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense. And not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. You have to then follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her. Expression change, you saw what this person said, change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that, say, is this
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I'm
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying
you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
no,
He didn't.
no,
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding. In fact, he was not dictating a multiple necessarily in Cape Fear. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna.
he did probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
Can we agree to disagree on that, please?
See the first Cape Fear.
All right, we're going to go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I want to say, about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good place.
it will be a bit of a break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on, Judge.
Oh, sorry.
This is the conviction. We put it all on our name.
This is unbalanced. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say solemnemente. Ante radit Letecia, se Dana Maria, se Leda sana in conversano, etc. Desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a convention?
Because I saw this prejudice.
As an alaka to this, I, Maria, confess, so we don't know what she's confessing to. I know, I just told you it says foundational and that. But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school? No, I just figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way it's written out here in Cuba. It's not Spanish. Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah. We would be once. They didn't. Some Portuguese. So I said, maybe like this or something. Maria, then Sana. Maria isn't, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Then Sana in Conference Son. It's son. Well, maybe kind these and photocopy flash. Because it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Maria, aka we're just Letecia. I don't know. I don't know. We say defending, something about defending. And for us doing this is updated at 20, which would be kind of a free. You think a lot of languages. like saying French, so and we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. So anybody here? I don't know. I don't know. So let's see. That's the Letecia. He's been here for a while. She keeps going back to her husband. He cheated on her. And the letter to the here, she gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her about it. She's like a young lady. The young, like the man who used to sleep in her house. Yeah, it was. I know, old she was getting trouble when she used to be. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I could have been a player. Oh, I always looking it up. Yeah. That's good, right? It's funny. Partners, I think, from the Mass, rest in peace, right? That's very but you believe that is a confession from Maria? Well, I was the one word I thought it was the O. Yeah, the confession. That's the other West. Says that. Well, because that's why I say the B, and that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So, other than that, that's why it was Spanish. Yeah, well, it's a little bit. Right, it's something, but it's from wrong. So, I was the was Spanish. I figured out something. Do you think that Maria did it? Oh, I didn't. See, I remember it. And
just have little flashbacks or whatever flashbacks. Just remember blood, young, heavy. Take from like appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave. Just remember seeing someone in my cave. I remember seeing someone in my cave. You remember seeing my other baby crying. Other baby crying with them. Yeah, so I really just see this. I just remember baby crying and seeing someone in my cave. This is and dream. So tell me about the person in the cave. So the person's in like a red and black cave. Yeah. How big a person? I recall. Yeah. Yeah, 6 foot. Man. I was a man. A man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. I just remember being like in a road in a corner or something. I can't even find him. Was he in the corner or even? No. The man was in the cave in the corner. The man was in the cave and the cave was red and black. I thought yesterday, I think Maria said that Janet got up and was in the cave. Is that, I don't remember Kathy people? No. No. Driving yesterday, I mean, I thought that the picture was again in a cave. I realized but I never wanted to be Janet.
Yeah, it was a man in the cave.
Yeah, it was a man in a cave who rose up. And where was Janet? I don't know. And it would help if I talked directly with Maria, because she arrives. And she could call it, she told us, she said, I thought, so that, it's been 2 years if we talk, even she would have never found it. She would be there, or they, well, let's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background and watch? And I'm going to what's that? If there's someone putting on, sure they all looks like the video. Oh, God, so really terrible. Brother, nothing is always people. Oh my God.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:31.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh my. Letecia has had earplugs in for this portion of the video. We saw her place those in earlier. And
You may all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Maria doesn't rise for the judge. All right. We've got a call coming in. Let's start with that. Let's see. Hang on 1 second. We're trying to get it to accept. 1 second. Hello, are you there? Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Can you hear me? Come on, come on. Hold on just 1 second. Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I can hear you now. It just wasn't
Yes.
connecting to the sound system. All right, who am I speaking with?
It's Amy from Eastern Colorado.
Amy, how are you doing? What are you fluent in Russian now after you've watched the training video?
Well, fortunately not, because I couldn't have it turned up very loud while I was at school. But school is out, and I just wanted to share. Am I live right now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I wanted to share something. I went to my therapist this morning because I need to, and I asked her the difference between psychosis and sanity in her mind, because yesterday Dr. Lewis kept saying she was psychotic, she was psychotic, she was psychotic, and she had said that the psychosis comes in moments or a short period of time, and so any one of us could in fact be psychotic for a moment if we were not aware of our faculties and didn't necessarily know right from wrong. However, sanity would need to be proven over a long period of time, and people can, yes, be insane and have a psychosis moment, but there are people that can have a psychotic moment but not be insane. And for me, she just kept saying psychotic, 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 and I was like, that's not matching. What does that matter if you're doing DID as her diagnosis? And, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Amy, everything the doctor has said, I've had a very hard time believing. It's, first of all, I wanted to give her a face value. I haven't watched her documentary, have not read her book, have not, done any homework on her before this. But as she explains her process and how she came about with her diagnosis or her conclusion that she did, I'm not sold on it. I don't think, I believe it falls in line, I'll say it in line with quackery. Not that mental health professionals are quacks. I'm not saying that. But this doctor and how she seems to have gone about it seems to be fake, seems to be unsupported by any sort of medical standard in anything that she's doing.
Well, I'm in 100% agreement on what you just said. I did not know this doctor didn't do any research either. And so, like you, I was going to take it and listen to it, and I've listened to some, not live of what she said, and it just, I can't make heads or tails of it. And I'm an intelligent person, and I've done a lot of therapy, and I've heard a lot of things, and and she doesn't make sense. She just walks around in circles.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is Letecia trying to look like she's not sane. And she's putting together the pieces that she thinks fits into that definition or how it would exhibit in her life. And then we have a doctor who is then taking her misguided conception of insanity and what it would look like and then justifying it by saying it's DID and just grouping that all together. But it's an embarrassment, I think, to the profession.
Yes, I think it's an embarrassment also. And I want to give her the benefit of the doubt that I think it's sad that if indeed she was duped by Letecia, then that will tarnish her reputation forever. And I think she's probably tarnishing it right now.
She is done. I mean, when you look at all the cases that are coming up, the only one I can think of that may be calling her is Sarah Boone's lawyer, Mr. Bankowitz from Florida, because he's desperately looking for an attorney to say that Sarah Boone had some condition. I can't see
Lord
anyone
help
else.
us.
We might get her again, but seriously, it's after you had a performance like this and you've been picked apart on this level. That seems that it was unprofessional. What she's done, unprofessional. Whether or not I agree with her is different, but just unprofessional the way she carried it out. And I do.
Yeah,
think
and the judge has had it. He's over it. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know well enough if the judge can, at some point stop her and say, I am not going to take any more of your testimony. I don't know if he can do that, or say to the jury, I don't believe this was, expert testimony. I don't know any of that, but I think the jury.
I regret my decision. Is what he's going to say.
Yeah.
When I said I certified her as an expert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy,
I just wanted to share that on those thoughts. Thanks so much.
No, not a problem. Thank you for calling in. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I just want to go over a few things that just stood out to me. There were a couple moments that were just amazing, just absolutely amazing. At the very end, at the first time Maria came out, she's saying, "Hey, I just want to say thank you, Maria. You've been so brave." She's doing all this reinforcement, saying, "Yes, thank you. What you did is good. I want to be able to talk to you again. Please don't hurt anyone. I know you're a highly trained killer. Just take it easy on all the people here in the jail." She wanted to take a rest right off the bat. I just lost that call. Sorry, that one failed. She invites attorney and others to come forward to meet Letecia, or to meet Maria. Maria's there. She's like, "I can't see the people over there." She's like, "I only see you." And she's like, "Well, there are people. They're right over there." She's like, "I only see you." "Well, how about you scoot forward and then you can look over there?" She's like, "No, I only see you. I don't turn. My eyes don't blink. I just look at you and I talk in a fake Russian accent. That's all I do. And I get paid $1,500 a minute for this. I just kill people and take care of problems. You got a problem?" And then she gives her a fist bump, and they're like, "Yeah." Fist bump was absolutely fantastic as well. And the accent, oh my goodness. Hang on one second. Rebecca's calling in. Hang on one second.
Bite me.
Bite me. How are you doing, Rebecca?
I will protect you. I was trained to kill. Trained to kill.
I'm trained to kill.
Buttercup will tear you apart. Tear you apart. You hear me? Right?
Oh my goodness. Right? The accent. And there was one point, let's see, what would she say? There was one point where she said, let me find it on her notes. Okay, don't go anywhere. This is
I was
fun.
like, are you kidding me?
Oh man. Where did I put it? I wrote it on here and now I've lost it. There was a point where she was talking and she said something and the doctor's like, "What?" And then she says it again, also in a fake Russian accent, and she completely changes the accent. Like the syllables, the hard syllables, the soft syllables, the R's, the W's, completely butchered it. Exact same words back to back. I'm like, at least be consistent. Okay, when
I know, right?
fake. And Ivan called already, and he's like, "I just want you to know that my brother, who's from the motherland, sitting here, he's rolling on the floor at this fake accent that is just so awful. It's like a bad script reading with B-list actors that are desperate for a role. It is so bad. It is so bad.
Oh my goodness. Well, at least we have some humor this afternoon.
I could not believe it. This is nuts. I want to find where. Let's see. Where did I write this? My paper is so full of notes here.
She's like, "I was trying to kill. Do you hear me? You understand?"
You can't.
She was afraid.
You can't comprehend my age. I'm always 28. She says I'm always 28. You can't even comprehend my age. Don't even try. I don't see anyone else. I had to protect her before in Mexico. Apparently, Maria is right-handed right now. I think we've had a left-handed Maria previously. And correct. Her correct in Russian accent is just amazing.
Correct.
Maria no like cats. Maria no like cats. Why? I don't know. Just Maria don't like cats. Oh man, bite me. What is happening? What has the court system devolved to that this is considered justice or the pursuit of it?
I think they're all crazy right now. Everybody needs their head examined in that courtroom.
I might need my head examined after this. This is
We're all going to need a therapist after this is over with.
Dr. G, we're going to have to sign up.
But don't go to Dr. Lewis.
No, go to Dr. G. He's going to help us out. We're going to meet actually with Dr. G tomorrow. We're going to have him on probably around lunchtime. We know we don't have court tomorrow, so we're going to bring him on lunchtime and just be able to talk and answer some of these questions and try to understand.
That'd be great.
It's gonna be nuts. The burner phone is buzzing off the hook as people are trying to get in. I do apologize.
Okay, I'll be in the lab tomorrow counting mosquitoes, but I will have my AirPods in and my iPhone with me.
Wonderful.
So y'all take care. I love you. You're great.
Rebecca, thank you very much. We'll see you. Have fun counting the mosquitoes. We'll see you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Rebecca's awesome. That's Bite Me in chat. She does count mosquitoes for a living, and somebody has to do it. She does it very well. Christine Daly, thanks for gifting 10 Recovery Addict memberships. Wonderful. We've got one more call coming in if we have time. Looks like we do. Oh, I tried to pick it up and it disappeared. We're trying to get the calls in if we can. Oh my goodness. She didn't like Robert De Niro's performance, right? They didn't even agree to disagree on that. She thinks Letecia is a better actor than De Niro. Cakespoo. That's the takeaway from this. Not a De Niro fan. He didn't do a good job. That's exactly why she's plugging her ears, because she was even embarrassed on her extremely bad acting. The accent was awful. Okay, let me tell you what I did. I wish I could show you on my screen. This right here is a 7-band equalizer that, 6-band equalizer, and I've been putting a narrow notch in to cut out frequencies, because there are certain frequencies that tend to resonate on this recording.
From Mrs. H.
Mrs. H, hold on just one second. Anyway, I've cut those little bits out, so we can cut out some of that robotic sound that's just the buzzing on certain pitches. I've got 3 of those notched out right now. I have to sort of manually find it. So we're getting a little bit better recording than you would have otherwise, but I'm doing my best for you. Mrs. H, what is on your mind?
I am just rolling this afternoon. She's in a room with someone that she says could be violent. She's wearing a scarf, which means strangle me, and she hands her a pen.
It's okay. She's brought her son to jail that day, so she's got a protector, so nothing can happen. The son who may allegedly might be smoking in the stairway at the courtroom is going to be her protector and run the cameras, apparently. So have no fear. It's all good.
Yeah, and she says that the lawyer's in there, but he's not going to interject. He's not going to interrupt, and he's done it 2 or 3 times now.
Yeah. Do you know what stood out to me early on in these videos as I'm watching? She's using this the pen that she keeps handing to Maria to have her sign her name. Go back and watch this. And one of them, she reaches over, she hands it to her on her right hand. She hands it directly to her ambulance's hand, and the next time she reaches across and hands it to her left hand and says, "Okay, now sign the name." And she picks it up with her left hand, transfers it to her right, goes back to the left because she realized, "Oops, there's an opportunity," and then writes with her left hand. And like this is, it's bad and it's not professional.
And her questions are just like leading into, well, what about this? Well, what about, so you might as well tell her how to act.
Yeah, and I think she is. It appears to be coaching to me. And
I don't know how the doctor got where she is, but I hope at one time she was a very good doctor, but this is just like watching a comedy.
Yeah. It is. Miss Beasy points out now she's confronting LS with prior, and now she says confronting LS with prior inconsistent statements. Didn't the doctor just tell the attorney that's amateurish? Yes. The doctor said, I can't bring up the fact that she said something completely opposite a few minutes ago, because that's what an amateur would do. You just have to accept everything as it changes and evolves throughout this testimony and story. Oh, my goodness.
And during the break, I happened to find the papers.
Yes. Oh, by the way, I've got more papers here. They're going to love that. That is already a huge issue. Mrs. H, this is...
I can hardly wait for your closing.
It's coming. It's coming. Amber, I'm not sure if we're going to have time for your call. I see you're calling in. Mrs. H, thank you so much for calling. Appreciate you.
Okay, thanks.
We'll talk
Love
again.
you. Bye.
Okay, let me say what I was going to say here. It's Amber. Hold on just one second. Amber, let me just say,
hey,
before the judge starts talking, because I know every time you call, the judge starts talking.
I know.
We're going to go over a wrap-up of this case. As soon as court's over, we're going to go over to Brandy's channel. And I've already set it up so that if you just sit there and watch the channel, it'll pop up and say switch, and it will just click a button. It'll bring you over to Brandy's channel. We're going to do that together. Then I'm going to dial in on her StreamYard, and we'll be together talking about what's happened here. That's where we're going to do our recap today. So I'd say please stick around for that. As we say before, don't go, because there's going to be some more over on Brandy's channel. So just plan on that. It's going to be a blast to get her take as well. Amber, you've got like 30 seconds now. What
All right, 2 things. Yeah. One, there is a fantabulous timeline that I just posted over on the Discord. I also sent it to you in DM, Scott.
Okay.
This is courtesy of the subreddit Stauch subreddit.
Great
subreddit.
subreddit.
It's amazing. It's already over in Discord. The other thing I wanted to say, because I've seen a few comments like this, we are not in any way, shape, or form laughing at the situation with Gannon.
Zero.
Everybody here takes this situation very seriously. However, the testimony we have been hearing has provided a lot of opportunity for laughter. Yeah. So please, anybody in the comments that thinks that we are making light of the death of Gannon, that is absolutely untrue.
Yeah.
And I hate seeing that kind of thing, and I don't want things to be misconstrued. We are very lighthearted here.
We do try to lift each other up through heavy moments in trial. We have been respectful of Gannon all the way through this. We realize we have family, friends, people from the community that were involved with this story before it even broke on the national news that are here watching this, and we're just mindful of them the whole way through. We're very supportive of Gannon. We did not show autopsy pictures. We did everything we could to protect his memory, and we're here supporting justice for him. And I think I just appreciate you reinforcing that, Amber. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Not a problem. I'm going to get off the phone now before the judge comes back.
You got 1 second. All right. We'll see you, Amber. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Okay. The Discord she's talking about, the Discord is as the gavel drops, and there's a link. If you ever need the link, you can just type this !Discord in chat while we're live. You have to do it while we're live, and then the response will come through. Let's see. Judges, turn on the mics.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play, and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible. Sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today. If we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be acceptable.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
two of them
absolutely.
may be done at 5, but and we have one juror who
I know with the accident.
Right.
Yes.
So
she said good.
Okay. So but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, a little more information. There was a juror with an accident of some sort, but she's good apparently. We might run a little bit late, but that's all right. We'll still go straight from this over to Brandy's channel tonight.
Okay,
As
so
soon
I
as it's
can
done.
put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Bring her closer to the microphone, please. We need to hear Dr. Lewis. Earplugs are in still. Letecia still has the earplugs. Another hour and 20 minutes. I'm hoping we get another Russian accent or something. Now that I've got the audio tweaked, I have to adjust it every time they change rooms for interview. The sound qualities are different, so I'm doing the best to keep it good for you. Man, the son I think is right behind. Mr. Cook. I think he's actually right behind his right hand there. I believe that's the son. Not sure.
All rise for the jury, please.
Is that him or is that a reporter? I don't know. I don't want to say it's the wrong person. Maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the hardware does say really bad. I'm getting the sirens on it, or the sirens on it. Yeah, that's it. I don't know that. So.
Marie? What is caught your attention there? What do you see? Did they go? Marie, I think it's not for me. Which story is letter? Do you have? I got it. Yeah. Marie, tell me that. In Marie, too. And what the letter just said. And what is it? How many would it be? Okay. Kind of important. It's really, it's just and you normally they when you want you should read that. No, just the four up here. Do you see my hand? What do you want from me? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Translate. Was it translated? Yes. Documents. And also right to and when what's here and was it to fast for the I'm going to yeah, what is here? I voluntarily took the best. Self-defense, yeah. I confess in self-defense what did you do? Kill me. I had the impression that we don't want Letecia to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control of things. It was it's told me it was her name or what is it? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Just whether or not is on the right of the resident school, but harmony was the resident, harmony was the left. And I will lose her. And who molested her? And who's it? In that, Letecia's dad. Letecia's dad or Leticia's dad is respecting molested harmony. And Letecia. And who's harmony's son? I gave it to her just for the words of the mother. Didn't you sit already as a baby? She's 10 years old and she was molested by her step again was not and again was by stepmother. By who? Which like molested Gavin and Harmony. I beg your pardon. I have stepmother molested Gavin and Harmony. And Harmony was 10 years old. When was Gavin molested? And he was 10 years old. And what was like last? I don't know. How do you know about this? Maria, how do you know? You know, Letecia told me. How did you know? And she wasn't going to hell. She was going to heaven with herself. Letecia, yes. She's demanding herself. Oh, she did. Like killing the person did. It's all about, well, like just kind of putting two and two together. Torturing Michael. She's going to have with herself. What is life? What is life? What? I don't know. You don't know it's me, but you know it's first day it's life. Yes. And who bothered again? How did you find it? I got it wrong. I thought you said that you left it wrong. No. Harmony spelled that into the faith. I thought Lane was the same one. No. Who was the Harmony stepper? James. Oh, my James. And one molested. Letecia. Tell me about the trip to Florida. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you were after Janet died. You said you were the one who shot her. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida I go to Florida. To Florida? Because Letecia went with Jan after he died. I had to talk to you. Well, where did you do more labor in Florida? I was doing other jobs. Like what? Taking care of other people? Really getting rid of them? You know, what? Work on our money. I think a lot of money. I think to, I'm on another. How do you walk away through what? I can tell you, you've seen us. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico. Every last night on the manor. Who? Someone who was going to Letecia. Who was someone who was going to Letecia. Hold him. Fucking hurt him. What is it about? Giles been over around and Giles been. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Nothing, of course, about it. Not too many to that. It's a darling. Do you have family? I don't need them. Did you remove them? They all died. Really? You should know this. Why? You think I would go around with 50 people voted in without having a backstory? What's that story? You don't say. So, why did Letecia take and down? She did not know. How much she did? No, she did not know. What makes you say? Because I already know. I mean, you do know. I mean, you do not know. As I understand it, with down here, I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. So, well, that to me, you're not wrong. But you do not know. No. Do you know? I know a lot of people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Ian's body? She didn't do that. Who did? Did you? No, a lot of people, like I said. Or I know a lot of people, like I said. So did you get something to so you got something to like I said, I'm learning. Tell me, Maria, after Gannon was shot, how did Letecia get into when you said a kid, what? How did you manage to? If I didn't get to the hospital. But him, she was not strong. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Really? Was he ever there when he tried? Yeah, of course Lena was there. And what did Lena do? She helped her into the farm. What did they call it? No, she was sleeping. She was what? Sleeping. To the shop they threw up. No, not the picture. But you see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when you shot her from sleeping. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding that you shot up the man with the cave. Correct. Did it turn out to be that? Not for later. How did it happen there? How did it turn out to be later? Later on, it was happening. But it was supposed to be. I don't get it. I have to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned, figure out what to do. To call some friends, for the puppies and some moms, figure it out, you know. So there were two people.
No, I have to call some friends to help me out, you know? You to call some friends to help me out to do what? To get it for the body. We're up the man in the cave. We don't have a man in the cave. I thought it was a man in the cave. It's not. It was again, but I have to put these together. Do you have any idea why, yeah, in your recollection or at the time, seemed to be a man in a cape? I don't know. That's wonderful. Just like you figure out a new here. I think Letecia showed that Gavin was on that language, right? She said, see, everyone right. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man? There could be a possibility, but to me it was a cape. But to me it was a cape. Yeah, but I was wondering if then it turned out to be Gavin. And you meant to only shoot a man with a cape? What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going to farm, but he's the other, I think that purpose. And then it was here. Rather than man be in a house with a cape. Okay, no. Do you allow any normal to be? We think that the person had a man with a cape. Or don't you prove a man as a normal? That I didn't know. Probably wrong like no. When did you write to different things? I did. Even he was shooting last night. Correct. Special training. In my past. Who were you in your past life? I already told you I can't tell you about my family. And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Mm-hmm. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Ken to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have to Letecia first. You have to contact Letecia. Yes. That's not a long time. So if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put in the car and went to Florida without being protected for that. Getting rid of them. I cannot be very trouble. But protect her. Yeah. Sociopath. If you not have emotional intelligence. I think we take it in doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not going to cry for them. So what happened? What is going to do? Eliminate the difference. How do you feel about talking with me? Are you a director? Am I what? Are you a director? Oh, what? A director? Dirt? So, threats. A threat. You're a director. This. Yeah. I do my best to help Letecia. So I do. And then but if I had emotions, yeah. I can cry. You can. If I cry, you lose your power. So if I add myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to me. That's hard. Can Letecia well? Sometimes. She tried to come home, she cannot. But I'm when did you first come to Letecia? A very long. How old was she? Maybe 16. 15, 16. It's about that long ago. She's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have to listen. Pardon me? She didn't have to listen.
That doesn't quite explain why you came. She gets herself around. Well, everything told her she worked herself into where she was about. Yeah, what she do? Then I have to communicate effectively. Yeah. Gets herself in one problem she should be involved in. She's covered. One is with her thing because you say you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that to her before? You something yet? Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. Yeah, I can kind of wonder if she has treatment by then. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was treating her. Is that do you really know why she does the leg drugs? Why she does? You do really know why she does the leg drugs? Why she does? Why she does the leg drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs? Because I was glad that trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her farm drugs. Oh, Jesus, which is never said. James suggests was selling her would be right to would did not succeed. That's not. What was that, Ranger? He was making a driver out of the car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her family her drugs. His nephews. Did she not do? Did she? No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know how to have the board. She hit him with a board. Who? James. When you saw that boy, when the man was with the king, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is if you were anybody, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something. No, he hit his head on the road. He hit his head on what? On the road, on the floor. I don't think you've seen the picture of that day. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseball in the floor in the one. He had been jumped up something. It was on the floor. There was baseball sticking out on the road. That's where he hit his head. Something really good for me. Trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball on the road. Doesn't fit. Okay, let's just go back. Look at the picture. I'm thinking he hit his head on top of his head. And then that's all that is. He was like, oh, that's all it means. So James was trying to sell Letecia. When she was a teen. What would you do? You lay down cocaine. Yeah. And she would gather around and get cocaine. He didn't go out either. Just right. There's kids in the family. Food to do. Babies. There's babies in the back.
What do you think? Well, that's, she has siblings. And so, when she has siblings, to live, when she has siblings in the house, she's siblings, and she works in that joy. How was she? I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there to protect her. For how long did she have to? What's did you do? Some chains around the air, and then like that. Just be on the warm. And so she beat on the board and he found he beat James's board. Where in his home, he's leaving. When alone. Did he die? No, James was a man. But he did not know anymore. Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it did not know anymore. So you had to be very, very tough to protect you. Came to sleep, took an on board. Went to sleep, I took an on board, just gave away life. They say you don't know what the pain and drunk or when we're high. At least you had no reason to show for it. How about other trainings? That was me. That was trainings. Yeah, it was. And that was when I was trying to follow everybody's hand. Something surreal, very upsetting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the plane? You know, say Letecia. James brought our case. James brought our case. James wrote a lot of things. He did that stuff. Did he expose himself? Funny. You don't know about the case because he thought he was a hero. He thought he was a superhero. He was brown nose. He was marvelous. Oh. Probably to be blind, you know. And so I didn't follow them along when they were going to Florida. Probably went along with her, didn't she? No, isn't she? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. How did she know? Nothing. She not know. Did you know that Gavin was in back? No. There's no guy in back, no one. Someone else help. Someone else got my big country, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. Really? From what I understand, Letecia drove there to Florida. And then after she got everything suitcase, Letecia did not do that. I already told you I had someone else to do that. Well, people remember. But it was put again in her suitcase and kept him there, and then went to Florida after the slide. And then you tossed him off the side fall of bridges. I said, yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that. I think that's someone else. One time, I already told you this, but Letecia knew that she wasn't aware of that. But she was down in Florida. Of course she was. So what was the good? But she was going to move the brother. She was going to move the brother. She was going to move there if they want. That's her same place. I've never seen them. I don't know who we last got out on me. You think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then I think we can let her. What would you get away from? I mean, that's good. And when I don't know. And if he was inside, everyone thinks the worst times. Since she's in the Florida, then yes. You think you don't have any hopes, right? Well, it is Letecia about what happened to get. Ever tried to go up every day that you stop and she wants to kill herself because of what happened to her every day. And oh my. You got to push yourself down the tunnel. Push yourself down the tunnel. This is cheap. There's multiple things. And multiple things involved what it is. Doesn't mean that they had running hard and was her head open. If she tries to throw something, would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not let her? Or was about everything? Is all her how old is she driving? That was say, I feel kind of was rising. Rising in the food. The boys are the here in what did they find it? No, they didn't even. Another thing found him. Another related to the they tell. No, they did not switch. It's protein. Moving. Slow. Rising. Should I jump all the way up there? To jump all the time too? Yes. And what happened? By the name. And what did you jump? Would you just throw it down the would you throw it down the step? Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? That would not. Yeah. Why would you think so wrong? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people. This is for good. You have someone like her, but she thinks that she did it. Right? You have someone like her who don't hurt. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe had to hear coming in. How do you do it? I was driving the gun, that was someone else's hand. Yeah. And it went off. Someone didn't shoot on. You? Oh. Perfect. I did a bill. And I was looking back at shots. Well, how did you feel? First when the cake was scattered, it's not, when it, my first thought was to get rid of the bottom. And my first thought is to get rid of the bottom. That the sugars are correct. Fridge. And incorporated. And said, baby. I don't need my social life. I don't need my social life. Cinch on my socials. I'm probably so solely about school, you know. I think you read a lot. You know, I don't read it all. You don't read it all. No, so where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't. And I'm not trying to brush over him. Really? Long time ago. Different life. Nobody wants it. There's a professional we should know that out. Are you? Yeah. You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right by something, like you seem to care about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong. No, it's very rarely. This is pretty serious. One of my odds are very, very slim. What else? Usually I'm never called one of things. Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone else takes the blame. But I always take over her. You take the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I made a mistake. Say outweigh. You take over her. And the good outweighs the bad. What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her and you have to really go. From the very beginning, I saved her like multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? Maybe you have special powers, but I'm not perfect. Well, I'll say, I mean, this is a... Hey, do you think I had to make a mistake? Do you think I had to make a mistake? Do you think I had to when I make a mistake? No, I can't understand everything. I have to live when I make a mistake. Yes. Do I have to live when I make a mistake? Do you? No. So what do you do to yourself? Try harder this time. But you say that the good you've done has correct. When she was an infant, what did you do? I didn't start helping her until she's old. I didn't start helping her until she was old. How old was she? She was still a teenager. And what did you do? I took her from James. And how did you do that? He could her in the floor when she could not stand and said, he threw her in the pool when she could not swim. He threw her in the pool when she couldn't swim. She could swim whenever to go, but she had cramps. Leg cramps. Yes, he did. How did you say it? Or in the leg, oh well, she was older. Did you? And he threw her in the pool. Tell me, or does anyone else know about this? like the happened in Georgetown, South Carolina. Who was there? Was at Miss Pearl's house. And Brenda went there to Pearl's house. I said, Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda, we all went to. I don't know Brenda. I don't know him. I don't think so was Brenda. She's come from Letecia. She's came from Letecia. She tells her. Does she sometimes take over? No, Brenda's family. Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's her, the teacher there.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful to her. He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl. And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she served her. And he was her James Carl. So it's like maybe ask to speak to Pearl. Can you do that? Do you know Pearl?
We don't know.
Where are you?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do. Okay.
I can ask Grace.
She lives in Georgetown, so they have a house. What have you done? Stay there. They laugh about it. It's funny. Even he's crazy. He's dead, right? So he was great. Of course. What else did you know? They're in the car and tried to kill herself. When was it? What is that? Tell me about the car. She tried to kill herself and she ran off to get a tree. And did you do anything to help? What did you do? I helped her get out of the car. Get out of the car to safety. But what do you do when she wants to kill herself? Well, she's been working that she was living. Somehow she tried to kill herself and she thought she saw anyone in her car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he with her? She thought she already saw him. Really? So she told him that he who knows her about her? She's very old before you came. There was a doctor to say you were now. No, so this is it. I don't know. She had friends, but I had friends when she was in. Why did you so fun? Because she did not have any. She did not have everything. She didn't have a weapon. Maybe I don't know anymore. But you had another one. Yeah. And you? I didn't think of it. Of what? I think I already told you I would not tell you. Did you kill him? No. But not what I asked him. Sounded fun. So you have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time, look,
Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'm so predictable. How are you protecting? So many of her girls. And so, what's my child to work for us to protect her? And how do you protect her from taking the lead in all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from? Yes, we will make you pain. I can control that. It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. Yeah, yes, these people here, if they have any questions. I don't answer to them and let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
To who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
How did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that? Special art. What is the question? Who helped Gannon get to Florida? I called them from that I told you. I called them friends that I told you. Well, I remember they asked me. And then she went up to Seth Rowan. Who she? Letecia. I told you my involvement in this. I told you my involvement in this, and I have to tell you who I called. Why? It's not important. Well, it's pretty already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, are we taking a blame for that?
That has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley. There's something you can charge Harley.
How do you feel about it, Harley? That's nothing to do with me, ma'am. I'm just asking you how you feel about it. Except Letecia, even from Harley. Excuse me, even from Harley. I will visit Harley if she needs me to, but I won't live with Letecia. You would protect her on the part. What is someone toss? Your attitude. God, you want to listen to me. Unwise that. There wasn't trying to toss him out. I never said that. They were trying to. They were not trying to toss him out. What were we trying to do? What do you think? It's the violence that we were. They were not trying to toss him out. But we went. So you wanted to give you a say what the person told me. You have that validation for what? Absolutely. Yeah, so what did you hear? Person was angry because they did not get the money to get rid of the money. Yeah. There you go. With your father for money, would have cut me. Correct. It would have been disposed on the one. So what did they get still up there? The money didn't come out also. Sorry. Like I said, I'm not getting names, so the money did not come out. So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to help other people. She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money to people. She was not in her right mind. What kind of mistake with you? I don't know how to control these.
Well, you said she wasn't. Because I told her to do something and she did not. Would you tell her? She was supposed to meet the guy to get the money gift. And she did none of that. What did she do instead? She was probably driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. You know, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place. Okay. It's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was, no, Phil was on. Perfect. But then I made it. You made the deal and like, couldn't even from. But still, I don't think she did get rid of the bottle. She tossed it. They just told you she did not need the people. The people are here, they did not have their money. I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. They tossed the body? Yes, she never had the body. She never. She did not take the body to down. Who took the body? You just asked me this question. They're not accepting the truth. Well, confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she tried to stupid. But there was no thing, there was no evidence of her having the bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't evidence. That's not evidence of her having the body from her evidence in trial. No.
The suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harley says.
Well, I don't know what it says.
And the suitcase was found wrong away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it was intended to body. There was no bill. So, the people did not meet.
And again, you don't like that song.
I know I didn't.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. She doesn't know. It's something that doesn't really know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know about it.
That's a fact.
So there's stuff that even you don't know. I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't know. I don't know. No. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull. That's somebody hitting on something.
These are autopsy pictures. I'm zooming out. I don't want to show these.
Are you looking at it? When you really sure? Did you notice? Are you looking at it? I'm hoping it's like one. Are you looking at it? You did not. Correct. And I thought it was something. Yeah, but let's did you think it was the devil? No, and then I know looks and then straight right and keep the and so you walked out. Yeah, so we went on like a foot. Yeah. Correct. But person to know I did. No. How did you feel when you realized it was again? I told you I did not know it was I didn't know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotions knowing that I did it. I don't know if it's son. But sure, man. No, I think that you do that. I don't have babies. One of the feelings you have that I want to explain. I don't have babies about that. I didn't say nothing. I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia. Well, because of their daughter. And if she's upset, I'm upset. She's upset. We're such a
underneath that, trying to put the stuff. You do it. You're acting with it, and you're so good at staring puppets. But I think that if you feel better when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. It's good son. Yeah. It's good son. Do you know anyone who knows why they didn't want to father and who helped carry the family? Do you know anyone who could help you or? No, I didn't have brought it. I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't. Because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry the family? You don't. She already told you that she will take the trial of that. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot help you with the war. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? Do it look this way. It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That's what they say. That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is. You mean they would kill me? You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that. Can you tell me what's in Letecia family? Who is involved with research? She doesn't have family. What is wrong with you among friends? Do you think she went about a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? You think it was legal? And that's how she got off, right? Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and tell you this? No. Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those. I know. She's definitely not going to tell you. Yeah. She's not going to definitely tell you that most other people die. Not. That's a part of the peace that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen, do you get a judge for the situation? No. Because I think I'll say that you guys live in a perfect world and it's kind of big time. You live in a perfect world. It's not a game. You can help you games. Things are stupid. But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind. Absolutely. When it comes to that part, absolutely. If you also know what you want to cover, but I would never give you consistent. Definitely. Cannot. Well, we don't want to know. People are just want to know how. Yeah, got into these things. Who was 60? Starts trying to do all that. So, what's the because I'm strong enough. So maybe, but Maria has enough power. You not see me. You not see the muscles I have. Mm-hmm. So you're saying that you could help. I could do anything. Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could help without getting that cut?
purpose cuts out again.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back. You're not taken as a bad thing.
No.
You promise.
Absolutely.
He had a knife in his hand. The knife. Didn't know it was him. It was something like it. But the sound of the name. If I didn't have asked what was but that's why I love his service. He wasn't a bad king. He won't be a bad.
You say here?
Yes.
What kind of?
Steak knife.
The kitchen knife?
Yes.
How did you get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know he had it inside. It's her name. It's what I was in it. I was down to
How did you decide him?
starting stop doing this. Pulling the gun for service.
You pulled it with the gun and then
Pulled away with the gun. Service moved off. Service. That's all. If I was to shoot someone, kill them. You pulled it with the gun.
you dropped it out and it was ever found.
I don't know, but
Do you know? Was it found?
There's probably a picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was on a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would put that over there, it's from blood on the thing, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who could have worked that?
Because if the other guy said it was getting, and she was screaming, we have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, nothing ever happened. It's not real. This didn't really happen. If we just clean it all up, this didn't really happen. She just fix it, make everything back pretty the way it was, nothing ever happened, it was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
And she was trying to take him to the hospital, and Lena was picking up his body and go to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena,
is that Lena?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Was making that sound.
God was making this sound. Trying to breathe. She was trying to get able to breathe. They had out because could not breathe.
She was,
They didn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
How did you, when you struck the gun, who did you
And now,
who did you say?
that's when we came, I was talking. but you didn't recognize it. No, nobody called me.
Did you think it was James?
Thought I was someone who came, you could have been a monster. Anyone who was the one who kept case. James, yeah, but
I think it was James.
I think Harmony. Pardon? Harmony. I still don't understand. No,
Harmony thought it was James. Did Harmony come out?
That's the baby crying was Harmony. The baby crying was Harmony.
Did Harmony get in with anything?
I think so. Shit, I don't know. So nobody took nobody forget at all.
But then with Harmony trying to hurt James.
But Harmony was a little baby. She's 10. Nobody was trying to have otherwise she slates him or you know, whatever. But as you were teaching this whatever. Remember you it was so it was was not with her. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things Letecia through because they can start. Much of their lives they hear a big fire. Sometimes they'll, I think you saw you know, if he was a virgin baby, but he was always running an alien trained, like very early on toward river down here they went. And it seems to me so. I've never heard the name Harmony. What did
Can we talk to her?
What?
Can we talk to her?
You have to ask Letecia. People, or you go back to, or you see, what, there's going to be some around me. There's going to be some around me. I know. Yeah, sure, there's some around me. Why would you do that? You don't want to feel much. I'm not going to tell you that you have an action. You're not going to tell you because she doesn't want you to be painted as badly. You must have felt the need of it. And indeed, even.
Why did he have a knife?
Sometimes I got a knife when you think it is like, it's like, do you reckon she's some words?
Would it ever like he was going to hurt me?
No, he would say he's something to remember. He's something to remember. Even though it's the guy who was for that. For the man. And then he's about what they're always trying to aim up for it, especially from last week. So she didn't want anyone to know that she didn't want anyone to know it's all good is that she thought we needed else. But then you know, I think it was bad, but it was not bad. It's been really easy what happened. Yeah. Again, the Spanish army was regular, like Spanish army was just to grab a weapon and some Spanish. What is this? She did not put the marks on him. She never marked him. Clear minutes of my question. What is this thing like to be able to share this list?
Stop the tape. It's the time.
Okay.
So that you can get some questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah. You want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV off? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
So I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that she planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how big it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? He had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. You did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or person and either blind or also true other sensation.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem?
This happens. It is well described.
It's fluid.
Literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering else. What did you do?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
No, I'm not looking. I am not looking for evidence of anything. Trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I couldn't find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different. And it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not sure.
The theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder. Okay?
No.
You can't explain, doctor.
That is
You
not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, my severely psychiatrically ill, and that she hallucinates, that she is delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report? You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've had many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
You're direct. I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you?
Wow.
I'm going to rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you. As far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG, that was at that point in time. And then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm going
What I heard was that the court refused to
Sustained.
do it. I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death?
That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Freeney was thinking.
Had I expressed that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini had said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I have seen that.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video?
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened?
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Oh,
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to way or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred? Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID?
Lots of things.
over the, what is it, 40? Yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we read and know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking with.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has any of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual. They're very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it, but it is some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living a psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, that not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on the last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of her that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report, and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. Just using not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it, for certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have. We passed all of them forward and retrieve those and counsel approach, please.
The questions are going to be, what was said during those videos? We couldn't hear anything. Or do you really think these might be really interesting? This might be they might be spicy, is what they might be. We might get some spicy questions from the jurors here. We've got a few. Apparently, looks like a couple. I forgot to count how many pages. Let's just see. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. The judge is stacking the questions. The jury has been busy. We've got at least 4 of them here that is reviewing now. He's reading them himself first, and then counsel's going to come up and hands the first one to counsel. Reviews the second one. Hands that one to counsel. Got a third question. This might take a minute for him to go over. Hands that to counsel. Fourth question. He's reviewing it. He set it aside. Well, gives it to counsel now. They just bumped his camera. Nice. We should get the hands off the camera. And there's the fifth one. So I think we've got 5 questions that they're reviewing right now. Let's see. This cash cow is not going to survive the day. Who was it that said that? Just got home. What did I miss? Not much, Charmaine. Not much. It's just been a train wreck. We have not been able to hear. Had we been able to hear? This is one of the cases where once the court record and on these videos, this evidence is released to the public, which I think it will be. It might be worth going back and rewatching this trial because once we can hear everything. See, they're still talking it over here. It might be amazing. Shailene Autry, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Great to have you here. Thanks for all the members that joined during the awful audio as well. That was just crazy. Let's see. Letecia and Backpack Lawyer are not quite canoodling, but sharing just a little moment. Just a little moment together. Here we go. Judge is ready to talk. Waiting for audio. It's still silent. Come on, Judge. Mic. We need the mic. Okay, he's not. I think there's another question. Hang on. There might be another question coming from the juror. Oh, the doctor's taking the stand. But the mics are still off. The judge needs to turn the mic on here. Doctor's taking the stand, so we're going to show that here. No, Your Honor, please, 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 please. No. I feel like no. We have no audio. We've waited all this time and we have no audio. Oh, my goodness. Why is there no audio? Come on. We have no audio coming through at all. Jennifer, welcome to the gallery. I really wish we could hear this doctor give her final answers to the jurors' questions. Would somebody please tell the judge we don't have audio? Man. Oh, man. Jury questions, and we've got nothing. We have nothing. Can you hear me now? We're going to need some reports from the courthouse. We want to do over. Judge is not watching chat for sure. He has been so good with the audio so far. We've only had just a couple snafus in court, but this is a huge one. Big face palm, Trevor. Big face palm. I'm with you. We're muted. Everybody's muted. We're going to have to do some lip reading. That's what we're going to have to do. Okay, here's our audio. Please, please, please. Nope. I thought I was going to hit the button. This is killing me. This is killing me. We sat through all that, and now we don't get to hear the incredible jurors' questions. We're going to go back and rewatch this trial once the record becomes available. Once all this, the transcript and everything else becomes available, we want it. Closed caption does not help. Someone unplugged the HDMI cable, apparently. She's still going on and on. Come on, Judge. Look at the volume. Look at the mute button. Do you see the mute button? This is brutal. Oh, my goodness. They've shut off the message, the features to send messages on WebEx. I cannot even, I cannot do anything. Chat with everyone's gone. Q&A is gone. I've got nada. I can try to unmute as much as I'm out, and it says you cannot unmute. They're the call-in instructions, but we've got nothing. And the call-in instructions will get us the same audio that's available on the WebEx. So. Okay, Judge, getting ready to read another question here. Defense accidentally kicked the wires. They were warned not to kick earlier. Man. Yeah, nobody has audio, unfortunately. Just checked a couple other channels. Nobody has audio. Nobody has anything. So today was a waste, says BuffyBot. Just the last part. Oh my goodness. Maybe this is better. Maybe we could not handle what was being spewed in response to these questions at the end of the day. With everything we've been through, with everything we've sat through, with everything, it's too much. We're being spared some sort of torture that we just can't fathom right now. Pin a comment that says no audio, please fix. I can do that, but they're not watching me, unfortunately, Pedals. This is not the Zachariah Anderson trial where they were watching me. This one, they have their own WebEx, and that's all they've been paying attention to. So this is so bad. I'm hoping the reporters are keeping some good tabs on these questions. I bet they were good questions, too. Mighty Heidi says, I'm going to have to ask my deaf daughter to read his lips. This stinks. When do you get an answer, Mighty Heidi? We're going to need to know exactly what was asked. At least the questions will give us some insight, even though the answers probably won't. See, possibly one more question here. Everyone's tweeting they can't hear. I know, everybody lost audio at the same time. There's nobody with audio out there. You can go other places, but they won't have it either. I don't care about the answers. I want the questions. I'm the same way. I think we're going to be done for the day as soon as this is over. I mean, we've already gone overtime. We're about ready to jump over on Brandy's stream and try to wrap up what happened. It's sort of a bit of a letdown here. Right at the end of the day, too. I think we do still have a couple people, recovery addicts in, or addict, I should say. We have a couple addicts in the courtroom, so we can hope that we get an answer. It might be tomorrow or Friday before we get that. But the sound of silence. Anybody know a Twitter handle of anybody who's in the courtroom right now? It's a Columbus trial. Let's have a do-over. There are some parts of this trial I do not want to sit through again, Matthew. Who is Brandy? Brandy Churchwell is where we're going to do the wrap-up show for this. We're going to go straight from here over to her channel. It's already set up. You don't have to do anything. Just sit there, and we'll carry you effortlessly over. Like Mr. Cook will carry the witness back to her hotel on his bicycle. I will take care of you. I will help you transport to the next place seamlessly, as a matter of fact. Yes, we do have some addicts in the courtroom. They've confirmed they're there. We obviously they can't be live tweeting us now, especially with the judge's ruling. They have not been all along. I have not been getting any messages that I'm aware of from inside the courtroom in violation of the judge's rules. So I think we're good there. Judge still has possibly one more question. No, every time they come back, I think they reset everything. Every time we go on break. Here goes the judge's final question here. See if we can read his lips. Yeah, he says, we need to do some bad lip reading is what we need to do. He's getting ready to ask a question, but the doctor just keeps going on and on. She's not done. His eyes like, still talking. This cow is not going to survive this audio issue. It's just about ready to burst. Aaron, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. I'm hoping we get audio before court is over here today. We need a bookend on this. Just got one more question for you. Which would win in a fight, a hippopotamus or an alligator? Good question. No, I have no idea. I'm very bad at lip reading, so don't go off what I think. That's all the questions. Please move the paper. See that the microphone is off and turn it on, please. Just glance around your desk, Your Honor. Glance around and see that big red mute button is lit up. I don't know. It's been a long day. I can't fault him. No. Down here. We're down here, Your Honor. Yep. Look. You're muted. See that? You're muted right there. Something doesn't look right. He's checking the buttons. Something's wrong. It needs to register. Something's wrong. He was looking at the monitor where he sees all the displays, the WebEx monitor. He's looking at it again. a long trial. The courthouse, they will not take any phone calls in the courtroom, and they're not going to send anyone in. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. The witness is now talking directly to the judge, apparently. It's 18 minutes past time for going home. Yes, but we wanted to hear what the plan was for Friday, for opening statements or closing statements, which I think is going to happen on Friday. Because this should be the final witness. A reporter tweeted. Angie, can you tell me the reporter's name? Which one tweeted that? He's going to try to summarize, and I'll try to read them on here if that's all right, Angie. Let's see, or if you got a Twitter handle or something. He's looking at He's looking at us. He knows something's wrong. He's going to allow limited follow-up on these questions. Rose, welcome to the gallery. Zach, okay, let me see. We'll check out Zach DuPont. Thank you, Amber, for that. Courts and Public Safety, we're following him. He's saying... Seeing all your comments about losing audio, I'll try my best to summarize the jury questions and answers a bit later. Oh, he's going to wait a little bit. So we're not going to get it quite yet. Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. I've got my eyes on him. He's not going to get away from us. Ring the bell as well for him. All tweets. Got it. Thanks, Elizabeth, as well. We're getting a couple tweets. People are reaching out to me on Twitter as well, which is good. Okay, so it looks like the doctor's been excused. She's been helped from the stand now. She's going to finish her free water because, got to get your money's worth. Watch your step. Watch your step. Zach DuPont is on Elon's platform. Thank you, Born Again. Appreciate that. And Charmaine, will judge ask Elle if she's going to testify today or after court? I don't know. It's gone late today. I think it's going to be tomorrow. I think the judge is very, very mindful of the jury staying late right now. The good doctor is being wheeled out by Mr. Cook. She's like, take your time. I'm getting paid by the hour. No rush. No rush. We've got no audio. No court on Thursday. Right. Well, we're going to have a meeting with Dr. G. Dr. G is going to be in house here on our channel, probably about midday. We'll have a post a little bit later to give the exact time frame. We're trying to just match up the schedules exactly with when he has an opening. He's going to be talking about what he heard, at least the parts we could hear from this doctor's testimony, and we'll follow that. Looks like the yellow shirt, who may be the son of the doctor, left his courtroom as well. Okay, just turned off the witness. Please, do you see the mute button? Here's what's going to happen. He's going to get up and say, court's dismissed. He's going to hit the mute button, which will unmute us, and then we'll promptly be able to hear everything that happens as he leaves. We'll have a hot mic moment. All right, all rise for the jury. That's a nice robe, Your Honor, but I'd like to see something else. Let's see. See if Letecia has removed her earplugs or not. Oh man, what's in the red package? What's in the package? These are the notes. The big red letter, the scarlet letter, or the scarlet package. You can hand it over to defense. We're going to have to get this via tweet. The judge has really let us down here. Okay. There's another reporter that had to step out and missed all the jury questions, so she doesn't know it. We're going to just depend on Zach here. If Zach can come through in a big way, that would be awesome. Dusty Den says, I can't hear you now. You can't hear me. I was just being quiet. Sorry about that. I show my audio is going out just fine. So it looks like Letecia is probably being questioned directly here. That's my take on what's happening. She doesn't do a good job of answering generally, but just the way the direction the judge is looking looks like it's going to her. Something from the state, which we'll never know. Judge has a yellow binder. Trapper Keeper looks great. It's not like this is the end of the trial and critical things are happening right here. It's a good thing we're very early on and none of this is important. It's frustrating to end this way. Stauch just informed the court that she will not be testifying on Friday.
The court that she will not be testifying on Friday.
Born Again Creations, thank you for that. Appreciate that. We've got a buffer. Stauch won't be testifying. She's not testifying, says Amber. Thank you for the update. She's made the choice. That means they're pretty much done. That means we just got closing statements on Friday, and wish we could hear. Letecia's drinking. That usually means the court's almost done for the day. She likes to finish off that water bottle before she leaves. But no on Letecia. Zach said no on Letecia. So the jury's not in the room right now. They're talking about probably logistics as far as timing for the rest of the trial. Michelle Philpott, welcome to the gallery. Thanks for joining. Good to have you as a member. We could put in verdict watch tomorrow afternoon. Depends how long jury instructions are going to go. Lily B, welcome. I do apologize. Normally we have great audio, just great audio. Now we have no audio, but nobody does. The court has accidentally kicked the plug or something. I think one of the attorneys might have bumped it when they twisted the judge's camera. But whatever the case was, we did not get unmuted after that last bench conference. So we've missed everything from the jury questions, the witness responses, and on through Letecia saying that she was not going to testify either. So we're just depending on, let's see. There's a lot happening in Letecia Stauch and Dr. Lewis trial. This is from Brandy. Court is a train wreck. Cross is insane. There we
That's
go.
paragraph 2.
Boom.
Right.
Okay, then you're right.
I think it's.
So, because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if, however, you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
Okay. I'll
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
Yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep.
He can't talk to the judge without the other attorneys there. That would be inappropriate, but he can pick up something.
Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue.
At least they're on mic, so that it's not a problem.
Here is the statutory language.
Apparently, Maria said she's not going to testify, or at least she said that through Letecia.
I like the judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right? Yeah.
Backpack lawyer has already done his hand sanitizing routine, and with the sniff test, apparently.
There's a qualified witness.
Defense is resting Friday morning.
Whatever you come up with. Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
And Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in.
Put it in or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal statement or correct statement of the law. So, okay.
Backpack
so take care of
lawyers,
those. Then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 8:30.
Ooh, might have an early start.
Just making sure. So 8:30,
like
and then we can talk about the
man.
jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction, and I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905 or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that, and then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it. But
I think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Okay, so here's what I have to say right now. Don't go. Don't go. We're going to wrap up. We're going to wrap up on Brandy's channel, and I will transfer everyone over there. So please stay tight, stay seated right here. Brandy, are you ready to go? It's going to take me just 1 second to swap some audio connections and pop over via StreamYard. If Brandy, if she's in chat, or somebody can give me the thumbs up that way. Let me just check with Brandy directly. don't know if the stream is up. I think it is. Ready? Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Backpack said goodbyes. He's out the door. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready. All right. So this, that's a happy birthday song. That's not it. It's one of those days, though. We probably should go out on the happy birthday song just because that's good. Okay, so don't leave anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I will say tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. But we are going live with Brandy on Brandy's channel, Brandy Churchwell, in just a minute. And we're all going to transfer you magically over there. If you don't go for some reason, that is the link. We're going to be there in just a minute. I'll be there as soon as it starts. Give me just a second to pop in, Brandy. We're going to talk about some of the crazy things that happened today. Hold on. We'll be there in just a minute.